so many parts of it, but that's like a big part of the story.
It's like if I tell you not to touch the stove, right? And then you go and touch the stove, if I tell you, yo, the stove is hot, don't touch it, right? Then you go and touch the stove and it's hot, you burn yourself. Yes, did the stove burn you 1,000%, but what you're experiencing is the knowledge of going against what I told you to do.
But I also think that it is important to acknowledge the fact that they had nothing to compare where they were to.
You said they had a relationship. What do you mean?
Yeah, they have the presence of God.
Wishing you a happy evening and a happy weekend, sir.
No. It's like after the fact, you hot, but you don't know hot until you felt cold, and you don't know cold until you felt hot. And so they had nothing to compare it to. They knew that they were there. They didn't know what there was.
That's all I was trying to say, Peoria. Like,
I know.
I'm not going against what he's saying. I totally agree with what he's saying, but
two boys can definitely live in the same living room.
I definitely think they knew where there was because they had a choice where they were at. That's why I think they definitely knew where they were at. Like Adam and God had a direct relationship one-on-one. God said, I give this all to you. Here's to be fruitful and multiply. Do these things. He gave them instructions. So to say that, oh, well, they didn't know where they were at, I think it just undermines the relationship that it was initially directly between the creator of everything and that one person.
So if you're on the biblical narrative, though, what the reason they did disobey is to have knowledge of good and evil, right? So I mean, they have an awareness of it, but anytime the word knowledge is used there, it's a more like intimate, more like forever. What?
Experiential, so like they.
Yes, I'm more.
It's just about dissociation, and I don't think it helps to keep reminding her of everything that she's done wrong.
Yeah.
What she actually needs to feel safe, but she can't feel safe because every time she attempts to feel safe, she ends up panicking herself. So she's in this constant state of like disorientation and dissociation, and it just never stops. That's why she is like this. So Danny, what would it take to actually make you feel safe and calm and at peace? Because for me, it took a woman like 20 years older than me to pin me down and kiss my forehead until I fell asleep. That's literally what it took to stop me being traumatized. Maybe you just need some love that isn't necessarily sexual, but some kind of...
A nice Jewish man with expendable income.
How would that make you feel safe, though? Like, emotionally?
No kids, because I don't want to take money from anyone's dad.
Daddy's a grown-ass woman. Daddy does your fuck shit about me.
A Jesus to come save me from why?
This and that.
Well, Hades angry because she's trying to take a mother and a son and split them up.
Listen, that's not your business, Danny. And in regards to Lowell, right? She's in America. People don't get married in America. They just pick off the weakest ones and scramble for cock, and that's how it is.
Well, Hades is evil.
No, she's not. She's not evil. Okay, right. In your culture, Danny, in your Jewish culture, people get married. In Lowell's culture, they don't. And I'm sorry, Lowell. That is a horrible fucking thing to say. No, I'm sorry, it's fucked, but that's the way it is. No, that's the way it is. Let's be real. That's why it's difficult. Okay, right. I'm a racist bitch. I get it.
America, shut the fuck up.
I get it. Right. No worries. Well, I'm scrambling just like you are because I'm past 30, so.
Huh?
I just know these kids when we were young. Yeah, I'm older, but it used to be like Boys and Girls Club, Police Athletic League. It'd be like there was different stuff going on to do for like a lot of these kids. But you know, even like with just like team spots or like house parties or whatever, it seems like these kids, because they're going these like these public places. I don't know if they don't have enough to do. I know definitely parents aren't engaged enough, but if the parents get in trouble, you know that they're gonna be like, they're not gonna be taking L's for their kids or whatever, especially when they don't care what these kids do. It don't appear to care. So if they're getting hemmed up for it, then they will definitely probably stay on their kids about not putting them in jeopardy of getting in trouble. So.
Yeah, funding for these programs that you're talking about has shriveled up. Like a lot of this funding has gone away under this administration for programs to keep these youth engaged in more productive ways.
And then what happens too is like I say, we didn't have phones when we were coming up, right? We all agree, right? So these kids, they have phones. All it takes is about 2, 3, 4 influencers in that town or that part of the neighborhood, and they just all gather in different places, and that's where they meet up and do what they do, It's easy to mobilize quickly, in the digital world.
That's a fact.
All right, well, thank you for that segment. The segment was brought to you by 404.
No, it's brought to you by Lululemon, First Lady Lululemon.
Oh, you shop at Lululemon?
But those kids, hey, First Lady in Philly, those kids, they bum rush that store. No, that's where they go at.
But do you shop at Lululemon?
No, me personally, no. My daughter goes there though.
They sell men clothes. That's
yeah. I know that. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah.
What about Ella? You shop there too?
Nah.
Well, what kind of clothes do you wear?
I'm vintage, man. I'm old Philly, man. Ralph Lauren, Polo. You know what I mean?
That's a mess.
I'm from old Philly, the First Lady.
I want to dispute the fact that Lululemon sells men's clothes.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
What you mean?
I know they do. I'm just playing. I'm just saying that they don't sell men's clothes, but I know they sell clothing that men can wear. You didn't get my. Well, thank you for getting my joke. I think it was
keyword is wild. That keyword that men can wear, TOO too.
Rambo wear Lululemon. No, he doesn't. I heard him talk about it.
I ain't known for no Lululemon.
No. When he was talking about that's one lie. I can't even let you play with
the First Lady. First Lady, he was bragging about clothing and fashion, and he said he rocked the Lulu.
You crazy.
No. Listen, you bring me some other information. That one I can't buy.
Okay, how about to play the replays?
You can play the replays. You can show me the receipt. All of the above. He is not a Lululemon man. He just doesn't. I ain't buying it. Now you tell me Buster Brown? Yes, I would agree. But Lululemon, no, not Rambo. But so Ralph Lauren for you, so what do you wear, like jeans and a t-shirt, Ralph Lauren, or you wear the?
I mix it up, man. I stay in there.
You gotta whisper when you talk.
No, I'm sorry. First Lady.
How do you do that?
I stay in that low.
Scary.
I stay in that low, First Lady.
I mix it up. I mean, it's too early to be talking like that.
She's funny. I don't know. I just look for vintage pieces. And
Vintage thrift store.
Nah. They don't sell this. Well, there's a store in Boston, but we ain't gonna get into that. But nah, just like pieces, unique pieces. The cat that I had a connection with used to give me these sales. It was a wild story. He ended up moving to Florida, and my boy sends me a video of, and the dude like spazzed out and shit in front of some police officers and died by freaking what's that? Cop by suicide by cop killing, and that connection is lost. But yeah, so now it's just like it's just getting good, just getting good pieces. That like one thing about that brand, if you buy something now, 10 years from now, you can buy something else, and all the colors will match up. Like they're very consistent with their fits and their colors. Like they stay consistent. Everything is just quality, and it's not about the name brand, but the quality is exceptional.
Hey, First Lady, you know what I've been lately over the last, let's say, 6 months. I've been heavy on that Supreme too. That Supreme is pretty cool.
What? How old are you?
You wear Supreme?
Yeah, it's a nice Supreme. Yeah. What's wrong with that?
I mean, one or two, but like several?
A whole wardrobe.
Yeah, not a whole wardrobe. I said heavy. I mean, heavy is what, 3-4 pieces maybe?
No, heavy to me.
No, not that kind of heavy. Nah, not that kind of
Well, I mean, that's heavy. Heavy means heavy. That ain't heavy if it's just 2 or 3 pieces. I mean, what are we doing? Now, I had to lay off that essential. I had an essential hoodie, and I was gonna get like the sweatpants and the sweat shorts and all that. And then everybody, their grandmother got it on now. I don't want it. I wear it to the grocery store now. Sleep in it. Cause it ain't essential no more. So everybody.
Yeah, once everybody get it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just like Michael Kors. Whew, everybody, grandmother wearing Michael Kors. It's not even fun anymore. Marc Jacobs, same way. Shut up, Emma. 45. You 45? Omar?
No, I ain't no 45.
What's wrong with being 45?
What's wrong with Supreme, man? Come on up, man. Come on up. What's wrong with Supreme, brother? Oh, nah, I ain't doing denim tears. My daughter wear denim tears. I ain't doing that.
Oh, is that the ones that got like the big flowers?
Yeah, the big flower, yeah.
I like that. That's cute.
First Lady, Omar might not be 45, but he does look 45.
He said, look 45 is crazy. But man,
Omar. My kids,
I know what it is.
Omar, you know when my kids start wearing Supreme? My son stopped wearing Supreme, I think, when he was like 21. That's like 8 years ago.
No, Supreme is still a thing, though, man.
No, it came back.
Yeah, it came back, man.
But you're discovering Supreme at 45.
No, I'm not discovering. No. I said I'm not discovering that 45. Supreme, it can't come back, though. Yeah. And Mel trying to get me back from yesterday, though.
You were lying on me yesterday. I was disappointed.
I was trolling you, man. You know you're my guy, man. I was trolling you the other day, man.
Ocean said Supreme never really left. No, but people kind of put it down. It wasn't, maybe people that already had it.
It got sold.
But it wasn't like purchase.
Yeah, it kind of can't cut.
So it got sold. Some company bought it up, and my son was like, "Man, this shit ain't legit anymore. It's all commercialized. Some big company bought it." So all the kids kind of stopped. What happened?
Same thing with BOSS.
Nah, it's not about that. No, the designers from Supreme, they just got old. But a lot of
you see, Dr. Library, you being an ageist right now. I'm just saying.
But I'm saying a lot of the designers from Supreme went to
I feel you. They aged out.
How do him?
Yeah, but
a lot of them.
But it was sold. But
Yeezy, when Yeezy started, But the dude from Denim Tears was the main black designer at Supreme. He
left. Yeah, but it made a little mini comeback though. Man, they got some nice little pieces out there.
I mean, they can't really do nothing. I don't know. I feel like that whole wave was just.
I never got Supreme because they rebranded a lot of things. Like when the Supreme.
That's what I'm saying. That's their whole thing.
Yeah.
That's out.
All the kids are like, man, Supreme Nikes. I'm like, this is the same basic Air Force One. What?
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, I'm not into them, man. I wish you on that.
I agree with you now. Yeah, that shit ain't no history or lineage.
My son went on a field trip, a school. He went abroad to Japan. And they literally tried to mob him in Japan because he was wearing Supreme. Like, this is how crazy the brand is. People were begging him to buy the sneakers off his feet and the clothes off his back. Because, yeah, it was crazy. He was telling me.
Well, is Trump playing yet? Dr. Library, hey Snickerdoodle, hey Fishbelly. Who was asking a question? Divine. Is the National Guard still in DC?
Yeah, they're not leaving until 2028.
I told you, Divine.
Damn. We got money for wars, we can't feed the poor.
But I'm not gonna lie to you, the National Guard in DC are not the problem. Like, so their advertising is the problem, but they don't do anything. Like, they can't. I don't know how to explain it. Like, the National Guard, they be like helping women carry their groceries and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they be, I don't know, they patrol the streets, but I've never seen or heard of them getting in an altercation with anything. The real problem is that they talked about the National Guard team, which is true. Every federal agency has an increased presence. So, like, you'll see the DEA, like, patrolling DC. Like, all HSI, it's like all of the federal agencies, CIA, FBI, like you'll see like random agencies, cars just patrolling the streets and having like an increased police presence. It's not really the guard that's the problem, but the DEA been doing crazy.
I have a war question.
Wait, before you go to the war, 1 second. Also, DLC, did you hear anything about shots fired at the White House yesterday or anything?
Nah, I was out yesterday. It would have been crazier, I feel like, if that happened. So I'll say no. I didn't see anything or experience anything that would say something crazy.
Okay. That was the reason why I was asking about the National Guard situation.
I'm sorry, maybe. I know maybe Saturday. I know they did like the Easter egg roll and stuff. They had like the parade stuff. I was out that way like Saturday night. And they had like, increased presence around the mall like usual during this time of year. But I ain't seen nothing. Like, no shit.
Got it. Okay. All right, Mimi, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So Trump, at this Easter egg roll, said that he was going to blow up bridges and power plants, and isn't that against the law because he's like attacking civilians? Isn't that like
war crimes that nobody cares about? He has already committed war crimes as far as many are concerned. The hit on the school, with the children, with the girls. It's definitely war. He's admitting to getting ready to commit war crimes. Who gonna check him?
But like, so if they do the same shit to us, like, who gonna check that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why is he doing that? That's crazy.
What is the Easter egg? Come on, man. It's like I compare it to an egg hunt. I don't know why they call it an egg roll. I know you know, man. Stop talking about it.
Again, they are already targeting civilians.
I may have said it wrong. I don't care, Ben.
It's an Easter egg roll. It's called the egg roll.
That's what I only know it's called that. It is weird because when I was a kid, my mom got tickets for me and my little brother to go when Obama was in office, and we got this like purple commemorative eggs, and it's like signed in green, and it said like Barack Obama Easter egg roll. That's the only reason it's called.
Oh, that's cool. You got it for Obama.
That must be a DC thing.
It's a presidential thing. It's been for like. But I've never been opened like an Easter egg roll outside of the White House. I don't know what.
I saw some kids fighting online over Easter eggs. Hey Nathan, come get your students. But yeah, they was fighting over the eggs. What happened? Like, they were, how they let the little kids go first so they can get some eggs, and then the big kids come, and then the big kids ran over to where the little kids were at, and they got to just fighting eggs everywhere. It was a few of them like that. I'm like, oh, they should just separate that Easter egg hunt, like one for little kids, one for big kids. Because the big kids they wrong, but them little kids is spicy. The one little girl pulled her big sister's hair, dragged her down. Eggs was everywhere. But this war is crazy. So how do they prepare for that? Like, it's telling them that he's gonna bomb them tomorrow. Was that like they just stay inside, or how do they prepare for that? I mean, even with the detectives, they know that something's coming within a period of time. But I don't know in this particular case. But he gave him a specific time. He said 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time they have to respond. Why you not?
Today or tomorrow?
He gave him a time. Like, there's a time for your death. Like, damn.
First lady, today or tomorrow? Tonight?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow night.
At 8 p.m.
That's more than 48 hours, though, because he issued it. Or maybe.
The rhetoric is completely disconnected. The whole negotiation, the rhetoric, whether we're going to bomb something or not bomb something, has nothing to do with what's actually happening. Civilian infrastructure bombings has been going on all along.
Trump is speaking live right now if you guys want to listen to it.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Hey, First Lady.
Hush, Omar, somebody playing.
Oh, I didn't know they was playing.
The Guardian Leader Zone.
I think in a lot of different ways. I can say militarily, it's been one of the best. So, and we had great talent. We got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive. On Iranian soil, I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. Bring rifles into play when you go in that low, but there are also certain advantages. In broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Those our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have. Nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. The most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopter. Fabulous machine as our warriors faced gunfire at very close range. It's amazing that when you look at the machinery, what happened, that nobody was even injured. Meanwhile, the second crew member, weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot. When you're going at those speeds, even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles and miles away because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly and stranded in an area teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group, as well as besieged military, militia, and local authorities. Many, on top of everything else, they told the communities actually within side of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given a tremendous incentive to find this pilot. Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down. You want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was injured, and he was an amazing thing. He scaled cliff faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location. They have a very sophisticated beeper-type apparatus that is on them at all times. And when they go out on these missions, they make sure they have lots of battery space and they're in good shape. And this one worked really well. Amazingly, saved his life. We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout. And he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher and really very hard to find. The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas, so we were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's an amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing, and Pete Hegseth was amazing. But I listened to the whole thing, it was pretty amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality and force, America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy, rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind. The heroic F-15 weapons system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes that carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains. And we had a lot of equipment. But the sand was sandy, wet sand. So we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight of the plane. And then you also had all the men jumping back onto the planes. and they got pretty well bogged down, and we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came in, and they took them out. We blew up things. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment in the planes that, frankly, we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody that we have the best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up, and we had lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the biggest because we had so much equipment that we took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used, and couldn't have lived without them. They performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane, and these guys had them, the rotors were off. They rebuilt these helicopters in less than 10 minutes. And that was one of the more amazing things. These are helicopters, small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small, so it can get into certain areas. And they got them off the plane, and they rebuilt all 3 of them in a matter of less than 10 minutes. It's pretty amazing what the genius of these people. Who would think that? I think it would take 5 days to build them. And in some companies, it would take 5 days, and they wouldn't do it well. But they served us well. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle, and the genius. I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. This was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast and so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals. 1 load out, 1 load out, 1 load out. It happened. And we were watching and we said, that's amazing. In many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that, if we would have had a runway or decent soil, but it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them and the talent. The genius is not even talent, it's genius. It's the whole ball game, every one of them. And if you look at what we did with Maduro, we went into a military compound, massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes, and he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly, and within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It was a similar group. Incredible. We have incredibly talented people. And if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it. Not that they don't want to do it, but when you're going into areas, when you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us. Well, it was the Easter, we were in Easter territory, I guess, but God was watching us. It's amazing. Because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you, first thing I said is, these are unbelievable machines, how they flew back and not even much of a problem. But these 2 extraordinary rescues, because it was 2, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour, and then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker, and talked about there's somebody missing. They basically said that we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about, because some things you can't do, because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that somebody out there, to see all these planes coming in, it became a much more difficult operation. Because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him, because everyone now knows that we're going in. Over the past 37 days, America's armed forces have carried out more than 10,000 combat flights over Iran, unheard of, striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft down by the enemy in this entire operation, with thousands and thousands of flights. They got lucky. It was a lucky hit. You know, eventually you get lucky. But we got lucky too because we got both of them back. But it's a record that is unparalleled in the history of military air operations. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we said, come on, let's go, get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway, with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive. And we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic, boom, 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 one after another. It was like genius. So impressed by that. Because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's where the whole bet is. And here we are sitting there waiting for a plane, but they came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what. Let's go, come on, get in, let's go. Pwah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. A tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me, and many others at work. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here, the job they did is amazing. And I think I'm going to introduce the head of the CIA, and he is a man who, he's central casting, okay? If we cast a movie, he's going to play the head of the CIA. He's one of the few. John Ratcliffe, he did a phenomenal job that night. He did something that I don't know if you talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure you're supposed to, but he really, the CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck. It's like they use an expression on one of the shows the general was talking about. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding this pilot. And CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk, it might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it as well as the leadership and resolve of the president who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the president put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the president can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities. And because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know. At the president's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the president to find our airmen, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hexet to the president, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following a successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission. When the president asked me to lead the CIA, he made it clear: get back to basics, no politics, no agendas, tackle the hardest problems, and execute the toughest missions. This president is about results, and now that's what his CIA is about too. The professionals at the agency and at the Department of War deserve immense credit for their flawless execution during this daring mission. Their skill, creativity, and courage are unmatched on the battlefield wherever they step. But none of that matters, and all of that is wasted without a president with the political courage to put them into action. Mr. President, I've had the privilege of seeing you act with political courage in the best interest of the United States up close on a daily basis, and I'm grateful that this successful mission has given the American people a window into that as well. The Secretary and Chairman will tell you that our service members' confidence is boosted. Commander-in-Chief, who has their back the same way they have yours. And I know that the confidence of CIA's officers is boosted by the knowledge that their work is informing a president who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest. And to the American people, your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a president who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle for nearly half a century. It is an honor to serve under a leader who just proved that you can believe him when he says, no matter what, we will leave no one behind. We will come for you. Thank you. Would
John, thank you for the collaboration of the CIA as well, incredible and ongoing partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces. Again, ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran. This was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this? One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple, and it was powerful. He sent a message: God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. He sat down on a Friday, Good Friday, hid a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good. Despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews armed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above. Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration of American resolve and capability. That's what excellence in uniform looks like. But make no mistake about it, none of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination of President Donald J. Trump. From the moment our airmen went down, President Trump made it clear we will leave no one behind. The first mission, the first of two, was an audacious daylight thunder run right up the middle. It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night, because anybody that's worked from this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously. The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, John was certainly helpful in that, also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 hours and 56 minutes. For 45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination. From the moment our pilots went down, our mission was unblinking. The call never dropped, the meeting never stopped, the planning never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve, refusing to let enemy propaganda or tactical setbacks deter us. His leadership resource was brought to bear that our forces had the authorities and the support they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our warfighters, he means it. And it means a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield. President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a doctrine that saves American lives. His unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with, and that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe. I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery. We serve for you. Body, the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance, the quiet declaration of faith amid the storm, inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a cliche. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I know many of you want specific details in briefings. We will share what we can, but I will retain what I must in the event that we have to go do it again sometime. And I cannot stress the importance, as the President said, around operational security. The Secretary and I will do a more detailed briefing tomorrow morning, and we look forward to sharing the details that we can. On Thursday, 2 April at 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time, 4:40 in the morning, local Iran time, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center, which handles the Central Command area of responsibility, declared an isolated personnel recovery event for a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, call sign Dude 44, which was down in hostile Iranian territory. The pilot and weapons system officer had both safely ejected and were isolated behind enemy lines. Following confirmation of active rescue beacons and on the direction of the Secretary and by order of the President, a rescue operation was launched with the stated purpose of bringing both Americans home safely. As the Secretary said, several hours later on the morning, after positively locating the front seater, call sign Dude 44 Alpha, and aware of an aggressive ongoing search by the enemy, a U.S. Central Command plan was approved by the Secretary and the President. Shortly thereafter, a U.S. Air Force Combat Search and Rescue Task Force, comprised of A-10 Warthogs in their Sandy role, and I'll describe what that is in a minute, HC-130 Combat King 2s, HH-60 Jolly Green 2 helicopters, and Air Force Special Warfare Airmen, a package comprised of combat rescue officers and pararescue operators, audaciously penetrated enemy territory in broad daylight to find, fix, and recover Dude 44 Alpha from behind enemy lines. This was an incredibly dangerous mission, an incredibly dangerous undertaking, but a filled promise made to every American warfighter that you will not be left behind. We will always come find you, and we will always bring you home. Over the next hours, the Search and Rescue Task Force crossed the beach, entered into Iranian airspace, protected by a fighter strike package, and moved into the objective area, all under fire. En route, as some of you have seen on social media, the helicopters took gas off the C-130s and pressed onward and forward up into the objective area. While this was ongoing and out in front of them, the Sandy flight of A-10s and other remotely piloted aircraft, drones, and other tactical aircraft were violently suppressing and engaging the enemy in a close-in gunfight to keep them away from the front seater and allow the pickup force to get into the objective area. During this engagement, one of the Sandy aircraft, the one primarily responsible for communicating with the downed pilot, was hit by enemy fire. This pilot continued to fight, continued the mission, and then upon exit, flew his aircraft into another country and determined that the airplane was not landable. This was one of our A-10 Sandy aircraft. The pilot then made the decision to eject over friendly territory and was quickly and safely recovered and is doing fine. After picking up Dude 44 Alpha, the HH-60 Jolly Green fight was engaged by every single person in Iran who had a small arms weapon. And one of the aircraft, the trailing aircraft, took several hits. The crew sustained minor injury and they're going to be fine. A note for those of you that do not know what a Sandy does. Named after the flight call sign that did this very mission in Vietnam, flying A-1 Sky Raiders and A-7 Corsairs, a Sandy has one mission: get to the survivor, bring the rescue force forward, and put themselves between that survivor on the ground and the enemy. They are committed to this. This is what they live for, and this is what they've trained for over many, many years. The A-10 force and the rescue force did a fantastic job rescuing Dude 44 Alpha. He was recovered Friday afternoon. As I said, and the nation needs to know this, this was an incredibly brave and courageous mission, and a testament to the courage, skill, and tenacity of the joint force and our leaders. And especially at daylight option, having the guts to try means so much to so many. Meanwhile, the backseater, as the President and the Secretary have said, had continued to work and survive. Through the hours of daylight, Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, evaded. Using every means available, the efforts of the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, and others were attempting to find and locate with precision Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater. A note on the backseater and the front seater. The single most important contributor to a successful rescue operation is the spirit of attack in heart of that downed aviator. Their will to survive, will to evade, their will to recover is everything. In this case, the backseater's absolute commitment to surviving made much of our efforts possible. On Saturday, 4 April, after establishing positive communications with the backseater, we learned, as the President said, that he was injured and actively evading enemy forces. And thanks to our interagency partners, we were able to get eyes on his location and actively ID him. Throughout this entire time, the enemy continued to search for 44 Bravo, and the joint force continued to strike them over and over and over again. Fighting off marginal weather in Iran and the enemy's search for a second time on Saturday, at the recommendation of CENTCOM Commander and at the approval of the Secretary and the President, we launched a rescue task force to recover Dude 44 Bravo. Again, this came to the President and the Secretary for approval, this time with a much larger force package based on the time that the enemy had to prepare to find 44 Bravo. Again, this force was protected by A-10 Warthogs using the Sandy call sign. And this force had one single mission: do everything they can to bring an American home. This meant having a plan, being prepared to execute that plan, and more importantly, being prepared for multiple simultaneous contingencies. And because of this force's professionalism, grit, and determination, fight off two enemies at the same time. The enemy searching for 4-4 Bravo and contingency, which anyone who has done these types of missions knows we run into every single time. The force fought off both of those enemies incredibly well. During the period of darkness on Saturday, and as the Secretary said, in Sunday and into the daylight, the force fought its way in and rescued Dude 4-4 Bravo. They were protected overhead by an air armada, including tactical drones, strike aircraft, and others. The force fought through multiple simultaneous contingencies, something no other nation, no other military can do, and safely returned Dude 4 Bravo, the backseater, home, and all other Americans home as well. At midnight 12 local Eastern time, Easter Sunday, more than 50 hours after the start of this operation, the Joint Personnel Recovery Center declared Dude 4-4 Bravo, both the front and back seater, returned to friendly territory. The courage demonstrated by both the pilot and the weapons system officer while isolated and them invading the enemy cannot be overstated. Their grit and warfighting tenacity is a direct result of the absolute trust they have in our rescue forces, their training, and their will to survive and return. They always knew that we would be ordered to go get them, and they always knew that we would be coming to get them. These two operations reflect our nation's most sacred obligation to our military service members. We leave no one behind, bless you. It also perfectly captures the first truth of our Special Operations Forces, that people are more important than hardware. That is the standard we live by, and the rescue forces that execute these missions operate under a clear motto: these things we do that others may live. Their actions were a direct embodiment of that commitment to others, and I could not be more proud of each and every one of them today. As the Secretary said to our enemies, this operation serves as a clear reminder of the capability and will of America's joint force. The United States of America will recover our warfighters anywhere in the world, under any conditions, when we want to. We will always bring overwhelming skill and firepower. To every member of the Joint Force, our interagency partners, the leadership at CENTCOM, and our leaders at the department and above, thank you. I'm proud of each and every one of you, and thankful to our deployed forces and their families. And lastly, and most importantly, to Dude 4-4, welcome home. Job well done. Thank you.
Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. And these two gentlemen have been, from day one, they've been perfecto. You know, I got to know General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me, but much lesser generals. I said, you know, if I ever do this again, that's going to be the head of my Joint Chiefs of Staff. And we worked it that way. And he's amazing. He took out ISIS. We defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they call me, what a great choice. I said, well, what happened? What happened to you? I'm sorry, people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they call me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us from 40 miles away, and he said, oh, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night, and they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving, and they said, you know, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain, vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being, I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. Stood up to we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had where he was, but not specifically. That's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please. Yes.
Thank you very much, President, for this great opportunity. Country has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership. I have two quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question, what would be your reaction if the Iranian rise up against their regime during a ceasefire?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his two friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the numbers up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, you know, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, you know, that was publicly issued, a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't, Iran, have a nuclear weapon. You know, we got regime change, we do. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is. You know, they want me to say, here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to, and if you don't do that, they say, I have a plan. These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is, but it's very unfair to say, because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news, but you can't. It's so bad for the people that are so you just saw two great and John Radcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us. But I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, you know, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. What I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protest where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? oh, look over there, what's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant actually. And I know so many, I know coming from New York, originally I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting and you have a woman, in the case of the woman, remember the Great Woman March, everybody was saying, oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were, where they're coming from. This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, you know, AOC plus 3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in the room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who.
Fort Bear's Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead.
America's watching. No, can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on.
Somebody else within?
No, there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. They were. It would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. You know, this is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. And you know, we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. You know, I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible. Because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, probably, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, but I will tell you, the number, I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds and hundreds of these people. That's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment, a lot of equipment, nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were in the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that that you were thinking there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking, well, this could have completely changed.
So the first one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess, because we're flying over daylight. You know, we're the best in the world at night. We have goggles that nobody. We have goggles. I've tried them. And unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's enhanced. So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night, whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular piece of equipment like we do. But when I was told flying and in daylight, I think we flew 7 hours over Iran, and that's a long time, over unbelievably hostile territory where they have nothing but weapons. We took out their anti-aircraft, which is great. We took out their radar, which is great. We took out a lot, but they still have, what hit this one was a handheld shoulder missile, heat-seeking missile. So it's not like, they're totally whatever. And they had probably a little luck, because you got to get lucky. But they shot it, and it got sucked in right by the engine. But these guys were out of there. They were great. The timing was great. But no, I was told that this is a very dangerous mission. I understand. They didn't say it's a foolish mission. They said, we're going to be sacrificing hundreds of people do this. You have tankers that are flying over this area so that because the flight was so long, they had to refuel. It's a very dangerous mission. I just felt it was worth it. If you would have told me that we would have been successful, gotten both, and nobody was even essentially injured, I would have said that would be impossible. Yeah,
Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Given that you are now dealing, you say, with a more reasonable, less extreme leadership in Iran, what does that mean for the protesters, for the human rights movement in that country after this conflict? What's your expectation?
Yeah, if they assume control, if we do something and they assume control, I think it's very positive, a big step. I don't think you see the radicalization that you have seen in the last. Look what happened. Women are being executed because they're not properly clothed, they say. They're not properly clothed, and they execute the women. They shoot them right on the street. No, you have a much different group of people. Now, I'm not saying we are dealing with them. Essentially, they have till 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Eastern time. But we are dealing with them. I think it's going well. Mr. Witkoff is here. And JD's involved in the dealing. Mr. Witkoff is sitting right here, and I think it's going fine, but we'll have to see. You have to understand, we've been dealing with these people for 47 years. I'm standing here with a much more powerful Iran as of a month ago, not anymore. Right now they are decapitated. But I'm standing here a month ago with a much more powerful Iran than it was at any point during 47 years. This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't terminate the Barack Hussein Obama Iran nuclear deal, they would have had don't forget, that was a path to a nuclear weapon. Remember this. He chose Iran over Israel, pure and simple. How Israel can vote for a Democrat is if you're Jewish in New York City or any place else in this country, and how you can vote for a Democrat is unbelievable, because he chose Iran, a very hostile Iran. Remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel, and really the Arab world, if you look, because, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, you take a look. I can add Kuwait, and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, "Oh, we terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did because he had a road to a nuclear weapon." And it was a very short-term deal. You know, countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, this isn't, you're a landlord and you're renting a store on a certain street and you give somebody a 5-year or 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. It took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things ever because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago, and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances. And if they did, in my opinion, I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday, Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a road to a nuclear weapon, a big one, unlimited. Legally, I terminated it without even much thought. It was so easy. I terminated that, and then the B-2 bombers. And I did one other thing. I had killed Qasem Soleimani, who was an evil genius. And the reason I did it, I heard he was going to knock out 5 of our military bases. And had he lived, I believe we would be fighting perhaps a different Iran right now, because he's never been replaced, you know. And I did one other, but this one was not picked up. Osama bin Laden.
Because they're gonna ask some questions. Hopefully somebody asks one that makes fucking sense. We lost it, Lord.
Yeah, I know. The stream I'm watching, it froze and I don't know what happened. Let me see. Let me see if I can find another one here.
My name is Diakoda. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Tunja Media Network. It's based in Iran. Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away? Or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away. I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death. I mean, you know, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Solon for the New York Times.
Are you failing? Are you concerned? Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are you concerned that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amounts to
No. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators.
Why would that
because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous that were weak, effective, and afraid of Iran, we're going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a standpoint, any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon. You can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
It means violating international law.
You no longer have credibility at the New York Times because the New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election and I won in a landslide. I won every swing state. New York Times said, oh, Trump won't win the election. New York Times has no credibility. The credibility they have is it used to be all the news that's fit to print. The old gray lady, it was great, but they're running on past fumes and you can't keep doing that. You have to be able to give the correct news. And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from the war is coming to an end to we're going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages. And we've heard a range of those kind of messages. So which is it? Are you winding this down? Are you escalating?
I don't know. I can't. It depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and after that, they're gonna have no bridges, they're gonna have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah, Stone Ages. CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, that's one thing that's a little different than other land. We can bomb the hell out of them, we can knock them out from them. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion, don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines yet, by the way. I'm not sure. Personally, they say there might be, I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world. And you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO. Very. I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear. Never disappoint. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning. When I spoke to UK of all, I would have said they would have been there first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. You know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible. But 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have the Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable, yeah. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice, yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over. Many times. And you know, the old days, to the victim. Okay? You know that. To the winner belong the spoils. Go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use to the victor? Go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World War. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. But I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together. The police got together. They all got together. They formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible situation. We went in. We were very successful. Military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general, said, I was on this site. I said, I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different, they were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know, you could be in trouble, right? And we were all ready. They had their equipment. It was Russian. And they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work. And there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside, and remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. thousands. We didn't have thousands. We had like 200 people. So we have a great military. And I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention. More so than normally. You're talking about two people. But this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing. And now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he released, aside from the drugs, which he was terrible, Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, murderers, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know. And we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great border patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the border patrol. She never said, how we do? I used to call the border patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask them all the time, how are we doing? How are we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. So maybe 1 or 2 more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them. Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won. Okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, oh, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls. Okay? I thought you meant. Your question would have been more accurate if you said it.
So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States actions in this?
I do, because God is good, because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, oh boy, they're so tough. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, you deserve the Nobel Prize. She announced that. When they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, no. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump aimed at 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said, President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have 1 more to end, by the way.
You called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that...
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it's your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Josh, you
said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as the targeting, including power plants, bridges, you mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools,
I don't want to tell you that. I don't want to tell you that. We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge went. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay, don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild the country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, hey, if you want to help, great. No, we will not help. I said, that's all right. You don't want to help? Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO is a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, but we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. It's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. Who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea. Kim Jong-un, who I get along with well, as you know. Do you notice he's about me? He used to call Joe Biden your stuff. Joe Biden said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they're all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you can also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia's been excellent, Qatar's been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilots said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got, and you know, it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us, and I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
That man is losing his he sound, I know it's ambassador here because
That was my best in a ring. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. If that gave me how I feel on Clubhouse every day, and I just be like, could y'all please like get a hold of him? That's what I was doing. This is bad.
He literally said that he was going to run schools so that he could run to be the president of Venezuela. Did y'all miss that?
America!
The quote of the day is, please keep bombing us. Please keep bombing us. I'm going.
Yo, you know what's so crazy? He said that either it was a prepared question or he is a very creative man where he came up with that shit on the fucking fly. It had to be, planned because that was creative.
What was so creative, Mad Penny? Do share.
My Finity.
I'm sorry. Listen, brother. He had the whole story made up, and it's got enough plausibility for his base. And I think it was a good question that he handled very, very well.
What was it? Can you tell me what it was specifically? Tell us.
Wait, what? You don't remember the question? You don't remember the question that Divine is talking about?
This don't make no sense. And
What doesn't make sense?
No sense. None of it.
What doesn't make sense?
Idiot speak.
He didn't make sense. You don't have to run this back. This is stupid.
I don't get the issue. Like, he's a creative speaker. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if that bothers you or not, but I think it was very.
He's a liar. He's not creative. He's a liar.
Yeah, that's a part of creativity, bro.
There is no creativity in being demented.
He said they wanted them to bomb. He said they gave us locations. You think they really said that, or do you think he came up with that on the fly? Do you think somebody really said that? Do you think? Hold on, brother. Do you think somebody really told him that, or do you think it's an appreciation? It's not a rationalization. A rationalization would be me creating. A rationalization would be me saying that this is reasonable or an excuse, or it makes sense. A rationalization. That's right now just appreciating the level of niggatry that he's able to display on the cuff extemporaneously or preparedly, right? I don't get excited. I don't make my blood boil because
You're in the Matrix.
Excited. You want to lash out at me? I don't know why, but it's okay.
Kind of, but you're underwater.
Yeah, okay.
Gemini, since when you got your PhD, bro? I didn't know. I'm about to call you Dr. Gemini. I didn't know that.
I have a Clubhouse PhD, brother.
Well, you're still a doctor in my eyes.
That was so embarrassing.
So now after we got caught up on this one's ideas, what other comments are we going to make about what we just heard? Any others? Any other standouts?
He said anybody
He literally called Biden retarded on national
Korea, North Korea called him retarded, but
it don't. He said it out his mouth. What?
He said, if anybody comes after me is what he said. He doesn't plan on giving up that spot he's in right now.
I think it's dangerous to talk against our allies, especially the area that he was talking when he said Australia, Japan, Korea. That's a gate. You consider that the gate to keep China in when it comes to Taiwan. So we do a lot of exercises with those countries, to include countries that we don't even have access agreements with or SOFA agreements with to contain China. So now through. Go ahead.
Does anybody know the president he was alluding to, that if they would have done their job, North Korea wouldn't have their nuclear missiles?
George W. Bush.
George W. Bush.
Really?
Yeah, in fact, I think it was 2005, 2006 was the first nuclear testing from South Korea. One of them. It was under Bush.
Y'all got the answer fast. So why would he hide the name? It was so easy to figure out.
But the last person who was dealing to North Korea and failed to achieve denuclearization of North Korea was Trump.
Let me ask you this, Patty. Like, with this criticism, with this criticism of our allies, right? I do believe there was some validity to it. However, he should have done it behind closed doors, right? Because we want to have a united public front so that we are on the world stage appearing, like we have our act together and doesn't give our true enemies any leeway where they can see like, okay, they're not really on the same page. But I guess my question is, do you feel like some of his criticisms were accurate, just he shouldn't have said it publicly? Or do you feel like his criticisms are just completely wrong?
I think it's completely wrong. They have a right to say like, no, this ain't it, because they work with us when it comes to like what an operation is gonna look like. So why put themselves or the global economy into a situation? I think they have a right to say no. Maybe they thought no, this will contain the war, that will stop them from going forward in the war. Maybe they'll do a couple bombing. I don't know. But I think.
What about the landing strip portion where he said they wouldn't even provide us landing strips?
Because they become a target. Why would they want to become a target?
And besides becoming a target, there is no basis for it. First and foremost, NATO is not an attack dog. NATO is a defensive organization. And the only time they've been, Article 5 has been activated, it's been United States, September 11. And they responded. They all responded. There's no basis for this action. None whatsoever.
Gemini,
NATO is not defensive, so.
Yeah, I wanna hear, like, because you said that there might be some validity to his criticism. Like, what is it? Because I don't want to dismiss like what you thought might have been valid, even though he needed to do it privately.
Okay, let me give context before I say what I think is valid. I understand that he initiated it without consulting NATO, and is pretty much dragging them into something that they did not approve or know of before he launched, right? So he independently initiated the actions. However, I do also know that they're more dependent on the Strait than we are, right? So if my ally has initiated something, whether I agree with it or not, I will offer some level of support if this is someone that I consider like very critical to my defense system at some point, right? Like I would want that to be reciprocated if it came to me. I would think they would help on some level. I'm not saying what level. It could be a very minor role, but I just feel like they would have supported us on some level.
Is that some kind of street code or something?
No, it's not street code.
Okay.
Yeah, but there was no problem with the Strait. We made the problem with the Strait. I'm confused. And then it does affect us indirectly. I don't know why people keep saying it doesn't affect us.
Talk to a junior level analyst.
Say something. Let me say something.
Yeah, Gemini, so if you read the national security policy of Trump, right, that they released, it explicitly makes Europe an enemy outside of Hungary and proposes supporting far-right U.S. allied elements in Europe to overthrow current governments. And then you add Greenland on top of it. That doesn't sound like an ally.
That's true. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. The other thing is, like, even if the United States had a good relationship, the Middle East and NATO are not necessarily very compatible. NATO isn't or wasn't designed for Middle East. Libya might be the only exception to that. Especially on Iran, there has been a lot of tensions with the United States before Trump, right?
Is that because of proximity, Neil?
Yes, it's because of proximity. United States is separated by oceans. It doesn't have, and this is why United States can afford to have ongoing hatred of both Iran and Cuba for decades on end, because there are no costs for the United States. I mean, there are some relative kind of costs in immigration and refugee flows, etc., but those tend to be overlooked, right? So, for NATO, on the Iran policy for Europeans, last time Trump imposed sanctions, withdrew from the deal, Europeans were against it. They had to follow Trump, not because they followed an ally, but because European companies would be sanctioned, right? So they were forced to abandon the deal.
I follow you.
Yeah, Europeans was very online and happy about Obama deals. So Neo is right. And it was like a big backlash in Europe when Trump tear up the deal, because it was actually a good deal, especially Germans, Angela Merkel.
So, but we have the best military in the world. This was an easy mission. We're winning. We can do whatever we please. The victor takes the spoils, but yet he's calling always back, crying for help. I thought we were a go-it-alone nation. We didn't need NATO. We didn't need Europe. We don't need any of our allies. But yet now he's saying we need them.
He's always been a walking contradiction. He always contradicts himself if you pay attention.
And then the whole thing about the Strait of Hormuz, that people say we don't need it, Gemini, we actually do, because it's a global oil market, and Americans don't price their oil differently to say that. We actually sell all our oil in the world market just like everybody else. So it's a global market. People have been talking about how to partition the market, and you can't.
When he's saying things like we're going to be charging our own toll on the strait, and they want to charge their own toll on the strait, that's so dynamically different. They're on the opposite sides of the spectrum when it comes to that. So there's no way I see us coming to an agreement by tomorrow. So whatever he's saying he's going to do, he's going to have to do it.
And you don't understand the mines. The mines are in the water. They're not on the surface. Some of them haven't been activated. They're actually just dropped to the ocean floor. When Iran wants to activate them, they press a button, they release, the chains come off, and the mines come closer to the surface. I don't see how Trump doesn't understand how mine works.
Why would you expect him to understand how mine works? The man is a fucking dummy, bro.
But somebody should tell him, I'm like, it's embarrassing.
I don't think his brain is able to process that information. I'm sorry. He's not. I'll tell you this. Part of the reason why I actually like listening to the crap he spews is because every once in a while he will reveal some information that he's not supposed to.
Therefore,
the last few days he's been talking about how apparently they've been arming the Kurds during the protest, or even before that. This was supposed to be a covert action that the CIA was doing. No, we the general public shouldn't consume that information and all that. That is literally a contradiction to a United States policy that says, hey, we were the ones that created this protest movement, and we were the one fueling it. And the Iranian response, whatever numbers we're throwing out there, is actually a lie. He does that. And as you can tell, when Radcliffe started talking, he was outside of the kissing Trump's ass. He was measured in what he was saying. But Trump just couldn't help himself. So if I were any serious organization, I'll be listening to hear bits and pieces, because he will reveal something that, he's not supposed to.
Laura's thinking the same thing. I don't know if you guys, I'm sure y'all have heard the audio where he's talking about the mission with the pilot and the protocols that the pilots follow, how they're supposed to go to a higher altitude, get as far away from the crash site as possible, and that they were putting out multiple rescue missions in different areas to confuse the ground troops as to where they actually were truly focused on. If I'm them, my takeaway is wider perimeter, right? And I need to go for the higher regions. I need to go for the higher altitudes, because that's the more likely locations that the pilots are taught to go to. I don't understand. The more they brief him, the more he just takes that and briefs the fucking public. It's like nobody told him what to say and what not to say, or he just says whatever the fuck he wants, one of the two. But if you listen to him long enough, he'll give up information.
But the reports, I will say this, reports were already out though, Gemini, probably about, 24 hours. I read them yesterday, but he didn't say much that was out of the reports that was already reported for the most part.
So the report said that we teach our pilots to go to the higher altitudes and
I mean, if you look online, a few of the reports were saying what actually happened. He went to higher grounds.
No, did they say that the SOP?
Did the
No, but I'm saying the reports were already out there though.
They got trackers on them?
Listen, First Lady, the way
Yes, no. I'm not a yo.
No, I say First Lady. I'm just saying the reports were out. Everything he said was already
I
out
just
there.
asked a specific question. What did the reports say? They have trackers on them and the batteries don't run out. They charge the batteries all up. Did they say that?
They spoke about the trackers. Yeah, they spoke. I don't know about that. And that detail, I don't know about that. I didn't hear that.
Well, you use ChatGPT, man. Come on.
No. Hey, ML. Now, ML, one thing I will say this, ML, and a lot of reports.
ChatGPT then.
ML get me back from yesterday. Yeah, I was trolling you, ML. Now I will say this: a lot of they have retired Navy SEAL people. Like these reports been out there for at least a day or so. Yeah, so this is things I heard yesterday.
Some people just want to be a part of the
They do. Trumpers will say fucking anything.
No. I try to be fair, First Lady. I try to be fair, though.
Matter of fact, the point accuracy.
No, First Lady. I try to be fair, First Lady.
No, I'm just saying, Omar. Let's be honest. They're not gonna give him information that they can't afford for it to come out. Like the little trackers with the battery thing. In my mind, that's him because he can't go but so detailed in these debriefings. So they probably gave him high level stuff, and his mind, his ADHD or whatever was like, well, how long were they able to stay out there? Do they charge the battery and stuff? And that's what he took from all of the other stuff. Like when he rambles and gives like this insignificant stuff, but he gives it the emphasis, it's because that is what he can fixate on. That's what makes sense to him. So he drops it as a nugget, as if to say, like, yeah, this is how high tech our equipment is, and then starts rambling about like the battery life. Like, who cares about the battery life? Like the average person would assume it's gonna have a battery life if they're out there stranded trying to communicate to be rescued.
But there's a lie there. It's not the battery life. It's the fact that those guys, you can't turn on your transponder or beacon and leave it on. You turn it on, you let them know where you're at, and you turn it off. Because the enemy could also track that particular beacon if they have advanced communication systems. And so it's not like you leave the beacon on 24/7. You turn it on and off so that people could actually know where you're at or the direction you're headed, and the enemy can't track.
What about this one? Did the report say that he sat in there and they had the camera on him for 40 minutes, and then they saw a head move and they were like, yeah, that's him right there. Let's go get him. Stuff is just like, are we watching a movie?
Yeah, that's what it seemed like, a movie. Yeah, I'm putting it in the chat.
You have high altitude drones that was flying over the area to find the person, and they have advanced cameras who could zoom in, and also aircraft has to do the same thing too.
Yeah, I'm not saying that can't happen. I'm just saying, was that in the report? Like, is that information that you should be giving out? Because what if this happens again? You just gave us a whole list of things that you actually do to get things or to rescue someone. I feel like, I don't know.
You know what they came out?
We talked about.
You know what they said, which actually, I was surprised he said it when they said that the CIA was using decoy methods to lure the enemy away from the actual location where the guy was at. And we all know they do that. But for them to actually say that is, to me, I thought was idiotic. Because the next guy who crashes, the CIA will go multiple directions. The Iran will go in multiple directions because they really know.
Hey, Emil, I got my source. I know y'all, I was giving y'all some of my sources right now, but I got out of the Japan Times, and that was 24 hours ago when I got this said information. Yeah. To the point about, I put in the chat. Yeah, I put in the chat.
Oh my God, giving your sources away. Oh my God.
I give y'all, hey, I'm putting y'all on, man. I'm putting y'all on.
Who fucking cares? All right, go on.
Yeah, you my guy, Spirit. You my guy. You my guy.
Trump revealing
God bless.
Information that he's not supposed to. By the way, he's not the only one guilty of that. If you listen to Hegseth himself, anytime he opens his mouth, I guess for the purpose of bragging, can you imagine you standing in front of the media and you're briefing Americans on, call it a situational report, and you're talking about a fucking VTC saying video teleconferencing, and the fact that it says for 45 hours collaboration was still ongoing. What the fuck? Like as if in the moment of a crisis, what's going on? Like as if in the moments of crisis, Americans don't know that the federal government, at least whatever agencies are in charge of taking care of something, they will be collaborating. I think, XF suffers from the same thing Cash Patel has, which is, you were this kid who wanted all this cool stuff, and somehow you find yourself someplace that you don't belong. And all of a sudden, voila, you can just open your mouth and spew garbage like that, and the American people are just gonna eat it up. It's sad.
Cool. Is it my turn yet?
No.
Yeah, two things. Oh, it's not. Okay, I'll wait. Who's in front of me?
Me. What Lord said is wrong. There's nothing that the president is not supposed to say. The president can say whatever he wants, because when the president opens his mouth, if it's classified, he can say it's declassified. So I know you all have Trump derangement syndrome, but he can say whatever the fuck he wants. Oftentimes the Secretary of Defense as well, because they're classifying and declassifying authorities. So Lord has Trump derangement syndrome and thinks that there are things the President of the States is not allowed to say, but he's allowed to say whatever the fuck he wants.
That's very true. I apologize to the stage. Thank you.
I'll accept your apology. So the two things that stood out to me, among other things, one is the fact that he said he can't, and I'm paraphrasing, can't give Germany any secrets because they may share it, which sounded really fucking disgusting. Basically saying, hey, we can't, very explicitly, we cannot trust our allies, which is what he said. And then the second part, which I'm sure a lot of you laughed at, was the part that we are apparently the only ones that have some sort of nighttime vision technology or something like that. Apparently we're the only country that has that. Can somebody in the military confirm if that's true? Or maybe somebody that knows anything about anything?
There are other countries that have it, but we're told that ours is the best. That's what we're told. That's why we own the night. We're told we have the best in the world. But I think the Chinese got pretty good ones too, and I think also Japan has pretty. But I don't know if Japan got theirs from. They got a technology from us, but we do have the best technology for nighttime vision. Yep.
Okay, I just bought some on Amazon, so I'll be caught up. Thank you.
I mean, the intelligence sharing has been on this train for a lot of the Caribbean strikes, which are, according to a lot of allies in the Five Eyes, are war crimes. So they paused intelligence sharing for that. Now they are discussing pausing intelligence sharing for this one.
I mean, why would you share intelligence with the United States when they explicitly said, we don't trust you with our secret?
So I know we just received information regarding the president is able to say whatever he wants to say. But just one additional question. Are you allowed to just continuously say bullshit? How many times did he say bullshit? He's like, it's absolute bullshit. I was like, oh my God. I didn't know they could do that, but I guess that's the new rule.
This weekend, First Lady, he tweeted the word fucking in the same tweet as Happy Easter, so I don't know.
Yeah, all praise to Allah.
All praise to Allah.
But he tweeted it. He actually said this. And I just want to say, does it still count if he didn't put the G in it? He didn't actually spell it all the way out. So does it really count?
He said fucking.
Yeah, well, I mean, but does it count though?
Wait, what did he leave out? A G?
He put G-K-I-N. And it does count because that's just, it actually counts even more because of it.
No, he had his fingers crossed behind his back. It did.
There you go. Didn't count.
Well, he said it like a black man, you know. What did Concrete call him? Donald Javarius Trump. So, yeah. This man's an idiot. And the fact that he said they use shoulder-launched heat-seeking missiles. Tell them everything, why don't you? Just tell them everything.
But that was in the report, though, Devon. A day ago.
Okay, well, I mean, that's like back in the days when the first attack on the Twin Towers, they were like, yeah, they bombed it at the bottom. The only way for the towers to truly be damaged is you gotta hit it at the top. What do they fucking do? The next time, hit it at the fucking top. Shut the fuck up. They talk too much. Like, we don't need to know everything. Just tell everybody everything. Fuck it. Just end the work.
I'm not complaining. He should tell everybody everything. We had some breaking news while he was speaking. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu urged Trump in the call on Sunday not to go for a ceasefire at the moment and expressed concern about the risks of such a move, an Israeli official said.
That's not shocking.
Neo, what's up with your boy Barack Ravid every Sunday talking about there's a deal when he knows damn well there's absolutely no deal? Why is he doing this?
He's insider trading on his own news. If you could move markets in the morning with every day with the rumors of a deal and then rumors of no deal.
I know, right?
I have a pragmatic question, pedantic question. If his deadline is the 8 o'clock Eastern time Tuesday, is that Iranian time or United States time?
Was it? I think the assumption is with the deadline. I need to double check Eastern time.
Yeah, Mar-a-Lago time.
So that's important. Is that time to say, like 8 o'clock tomorrow night is like, I don't know.
It's like 3 in the morning.
Yeah, 3 in the morning in Iran the day before, right? Middle of the night.
Yeah.
Well,
So it'll be Wednesday for them.
it's technically taco time. So it'll be a back out. So when will he? Are you asking when the deadline is, or when he'll back out of it? He'll back out of the deadline before the deadline, and then get rid of the deadline. So
yeah.
The more appropriate question is when is taco time?
I feel like repeating it. I'm really sorry. There are no deadlines. The strikes are ongoing.
Yep, hitting their version of MIT and a petrochemical place. Actually, I just couldn't share it at the time, but while the video was playing, there were reports of explosions in Iran, and then there was a tanker that was taking off from Qatar, trying to get to the Strait of Hormuz, but I think it was stopped.
ABC News did have an article, we kind of knew this before, that Chinese geospatial, geospatial. How do you say geospatial?
Geospatial?
Geospatial. Analytics company Mizar Vision is used by RTC for targeting purposes.
Nice.
Where's the content?
You supposed to bring it right now. Happy Monday.
Oh, well, good afternoon first. What's going on?
What it is, Shorty? How you feeling?
There's nothing short about me, First Lady. Get it right.
I know that's right. I know that. They said you a tall.
Everything's long over here.
Oh!
Pause.
Long and strong. All right.
That's right.
Hey, Divine, for your news segment later, can you put in that a baby was born on a flight headed to New York from the Caribbean?
You just did it. Thank you.
Oh, you did it? Okay, I missed it.
No, I said you just did.
Oh, okay.
Is that a real story, Spiritus, or?
That's a real story. Yeah, I'll try to post it.
Is the baby a citizen or not? What do we think?
Well, that's a great question. I don't know. Let me look at it. I think the woman is from Jamaica, but I don't know if she's American citizen or not.
Was it an American plane?
Hold on, I'm gonna look. I'm gonna get the link.
Define American plane.
So if you're on an American plane and you had a baby, then you are an American?
No. I have a bunch of questions.
I'm just joking.
Yeah. So that's a question that courts have not decided yet. But it's hypothetical that sometimes comes up in these conversations. So it's funny. So where was the plane? Does anybody know where the plane was?
You want to hear the?
Oh, okay.
You want to hear the short news stream of it?
Oh yeah, sure.
Sure. And to answer the question, the baby is a Jamaican. What y'all talk about?
It was a Caribbean Airlines. Go ahead.
Airlines went into labor while her flight was about to land at Kennedy Airport. Take a listen to the moment Caribbean Airlines notified air traffic control. Would you like the medical personnel at your gate? Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Is it out yet? Yes, sir. All right. Tell us you got a name in Kennedy. Caribbean Airlines confirmed the woman gave birth on flight BW005 after departing from Kingston, Jamaica yesterday. The airline says the mom and newborn, were attended to by medical personnel once they arrived at JFK. No one if the mother did actually name the baby Kennedy. What goes into...
Oh, that's fun news.
I have a question for the lawyers.
There's a lot of questions here.
Wait, hold on. I just have a question. I have a few questions for Spiritus. Just hold on. So, did I hear the clip, someone in the clip say that she was born just as a plane was, for lack of a better word, pulling into Kennedy Airport? Was that what they said?
Yeah, I think the article I'm reading says final approach.
So they were in, so they were flying above U.S. land. Who controls the air?
Who born in America, Hurricane, for sure.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The baby would be born in America based on this.
So, but I don't know what the rules are for airspace.
Yeah, what's the airspace laws, Eric King?
I don't know.
I'll say this: the baby is most likely gonna go to an American hospital here in the States, And don't they like issue birth certificates, and doesn't that automatically trigger a social security card? That baby is American. I'm going.
Don't you have to go through customs in order to actually, because they can actually put you back to go back to your original country.
Was the woman is the woman an American citizen or
It's
green card holder?
undisclosed.
Does anybody know?
Undisclosed.
Okay. I mean, so like I said, this is a hypothetical that comes up sometimes in these conversations. I don't know what the answer is because airspace and land are not the same. I've never heard a definitive answer, but I'm sure that if I had to, I could make an argument for the kid being an American citizen. But if I had to, I could also make an argument for the kid not being.
Trump is
Hurricane. If they're on U.S. airspace, what is it called? The child will be American. And say if they're in international waters and the flight is an American airline, meaning the aircraft in itself was operated by an American company, the child becomes an American citizen.
It was Caribbean Airlines. That's the name right there. But Caribbean Airlines is the.
Right.
Yeah, the child was on U.S. soil. So
It also says that whether the baby born on the Caribbean flight is an American citizen depends on if the birth occurred within U.S. territorial airspace, meaning 12 nautical miles of the U.S. coast. If born over U.S. soil, the child is a citizen. If born over international waters, the child likely takes the citizenship of the parents, not the U.S.
So, but it sounds as if they were in U.S. territory when the kid was born because they were pretty close to the airport, right?
Definitely.
Oh, good. Well,
yeah, it says there was a similar case in 2011, Philippine Airlines. A child born mid-flight outside U.S. airspace inherited the mother's citizenship rather than the U.S. citizenship. So that was 2011, but it was mid-flight outside U.S. airspace. This was definitely U.S. airspace.
All right, so I'll add a couple other quick points. This airline allows pregnant passengers to fly without medical clearance up to the end of their 32nd week, but does not accept passengers after their 35th week. And on top of it, in March of 2020, the National Library of Medicine said that between 1929 and 2018, 74 infants were born on 73 commercial flights. Thank you.
Was it international flights, Spiritus?
I don't have that detail, sir. Looks about one a year.
All right, well, on to other news, unless y'all finished or no?
No, that was a good aside. That's all. Thank you for
that was great.
Indulging me.
No worries. Thank you. We appreciate you, brother. So Kanye West, we can come back to that. But the Supreme Court vacates Steve Bannon contempt of Congress charges. Did y'all hear about that?
Yeah. Tell us more, First Lady. Yeah.
Well, it says the Supreme Court on Monday vacated contempt of Congress charges against ex-Trump advisor Steve Bannon, who had refused to honor a subpoena from the committee investigating the January 6, 2021 attack, and later served a 4-month sentence. The court did not explain its decision.
Okay, you gotta have.
Well, let's listen in. I thought that was better. The court did not explain its decision. There were no noted dissents. In a brief order, the court noted that Trump Justice Department has moved to drop the indictment against Bannon and return the case to a lower court for dismissal. Bannon, who served as President Donald Trump's chief White House strategist during Trump's first term, served a 4-month prison term after being found guilty on contempt charges following a July 2022 trial. A jury found Bannon guilty on 2 accounts of contempt of Congress for defying a subpoena to testify about January 6th before the House Select Committee that investigated the attack. In addition to serving prison time, Bannon paid a fine of $6,500. This is a developing story and will continue at a later date. Thank you. So yeah, they dropped the charges on that. So maybe they'll do this and then they'll come with their birthright citizen findings soon.
Well, if I lose my citizenship and you guys don't hear me anymore, you know that I've been deported to the great African country of Nigeria. Okay.
You're protected, Hurricane. You're protected.
Hurricane, you still can log in to Clubhouse from Nigeria.
So I can start scam begging you guys, asking you guys to send me money.
I didn't say all that. I just said you could still access Clubhouse. I didn't say nothing about scam begging.
What you don't you do that now? I think I've gotten a few texts from you where you were asking for money.
You've gotten messages from me, but I have never asked you for a dollar. Okay.
Speaking of scam begging, has Trent been around?
No, it's been about 2 days.
Segue. Don't do our brother like that. Come on, Divine, protect your Jamaican brother.
Not Jamaican. Y'all always throw everybody on one island. I'm not Jamaican.
I see the flag, but I just have mess with you.
Well, it says Kanye West was booked as a festival headliner. Brands are now pulling their sponsorship. Says here that Pepsi and brewery company Diego had withdrawn their sponsorship of UK's 2026 Wireless Festival after it was announced that Kanye West would headline the 3-day event. The rapper, who goes by the name Ye, has faced backlash in recent years after making repeated anti-Semitic and offensive remarks. Pepsi was the main sponsor of Wireless, which will be held in London's Finsbury Park from July 10th through the 12th. Pepsi has decided to withdraw its sponsorship of Wireless Festival, a company spokesman told CNN on Monday. So Diego, which owns brands such as Guinness, Bailey's, Smirnoff, Ciroc, and wireless partners Captain Morgan, has also withdrawn its support for the festival. Well, there you go.
Oh no, that is a huge festival. I've been there twice. But Kanye, he apologized. I guess they don't accept his apology. He has tweeted, that he is turning from his ways. Yeah, he apologized. Yeah. I don't know. This is weird. Maybe they'll find more sponsors. Because those festivals bring in a lot of tourism, bring in a lot of money for the city of London. I don't know, man. This is strange. I did mention it last night. First, I heard about Pepsi, but not the other sponsors as well. I don't know.
Wait, why do you find this strange? I don't understand.
Why would Pepsi pull their sponsor? He never attacked Pepsi. Why? The man apologized. If it was Blink-182 that went down this rabbit hole and said they were sorry, Pepsi would still be a sponsor. So this is some bullshit. That's what I'm saying.
He's a black man. That's what's going on. The punishment's different.
Wait, what?
I didn't stutter. I mean, I spoke with food in my mouth, but you could hear me.
Forgiving of black males. Yeah, it's a fact. You disagree, Concrete?
I'm not.
Since Congress isn't a black man, he can answer that.
Listen. Don't try to goad me into content, please and thank you.
That's not content. It's a question, because the way you ask the question is like you think it's unbelievable.
I was being facetious.
Apologize. The man apologized.
Okay, you got it. Yeah, again, I'll say it. Apologize. I guess, what do they want him to do?